Good morning and welcome to our second day here of our Learn With Us, the finishing line. This week is supposed to be about all the fantastic and amazing finishing equipment out there, because sometimes we think of printers as the most important thing, and sometimes it is actually to some extent more important what kind of finishing equipment you have. So that is why, for example, next week Horizon have an event called Finishing First, because obviously the finishing vendors would like sometimes to start at the end and then work your way backwards. Yesterday we had I think some quite good sessions with Hunkler and with Technow and Horizon. Horizon, as usual, they exceeded all expectations by broadcasting live from their fantastic demo center north of Kyoto. So they were showing a rotary die cutter and how it was implemented online with in this case it was a Konica Minolta digital press. So quite interesting. Right now it's time to see some. Today is about commercial web, and we have three companies participating today. It's Hunkler, which was supposed to be here right now. I hope Patrick will be here shortly. And at 11 we have Technow, where Robert Gubo from Technow will be participating and talking about some of their latest products. It's a Revolution 50 series. And yes, so now I am, and then, oh yeah, I forgot. And then of course we have a break, and then we have at 2 in the afternoon, we have a session with Müller Martini from the US, where they have invited an actual printing company to share some of their insights working with Müller Martini. So I can't wait, and it's very exciting. Right now I am a little bit I would say in despair, kind of, because nobody from Hunkler has showed up yet. But I will just play my little video teaser and just see if I can get hold on who was supposed to be here. So give me a few minutes and we will be back with you. Well, apparently something has gone wrong. That is the beauty of having live events. That when misunderstandings occur, I'm the only one that sits here and look like a little bit of a fool. But rest assured, what I am planning right now, because we have. As I mentioned, Tech Now at 11, and I actually did speak to Robert yesterday, so he is, I know, 100% aware that we have an appointment here at 11. But I am just preparing a little something for you, because we did a film for Hunkler in North America. I think it was just in October, November, just after the U.S. opened for Europeans to come back to the U.S. after the pandemic. We visited a printing company called the National Bridgeport Bindery, and well, it was also a bindery, but it was also a very capable digital printing company. What I liked about it was basically it was a company with a vast history, so quite interesting to visit. Just to give you an idea how nerdy, and we love nerds, right? The light switches in the meeting room were small printing machines or small books or shelves of books that was made in. So every time you turned on the light in meeting room, you would always be reminded about the book technology that has given life to so many people. Another thing that was also quite interesting about being at the National Bridgeport National Bindery was also, I don't know if you recall, but some years ago when the human genome was basically mapped, I can't remember the organization, but it was decided to print the genome. I mean, it doesn't make sense because it's not just a number of letters, but just to give you an idea about how big it was. I think that each book was like 2,000-3,000 pages and a very, very small typeset, and I think it was like 54 books that just described the human genome, and that was, I mean, quite interesting to see, of course, right? So these kind of things you see. Also, just while I am waiting for the film to be ready, the National Bridgeport National Bindery also had like a very big department for hand binding. So you still like the really beautiful craftsmanship that you put into books. We will not see so much of that in the film, but you will see a little bit of it. And with that said, I will just see if I can get the film played here, so at least we have something to see here, and I'm sure
books are
like
not
it.
dying because people are still reading. We're in Bridgeport National Bindery in Agawam, Massachusetts. I've been here for a long time, and what we do is we produce books on demand. The company was started in 1947, and it has been in several different locations: Bridgeport, Connecticut, and now up in Agawam, Massachusetts. No, it's more than a bindery. The name says bindery, but for the last 20 plus years, we've been involved in printing and binding books down to a quantity of one, up to a quantity of several thousand. Well, we started printing in 2003 with some Xerox Docutechs, and then we moved into color printing a couple of years later, started doing larger amounts of books. Right now we do anywhere from 4,000 or 5,000 a day in the slow times to 20,000 a day in the more busy times. And most of the work, 80% of our orders, are for one book. We do both soft and hardcover books.
One thing about Bridgeport National Bindery is they're always looking at ways to automate, to be more efficient, help reduce their costs. And one thing that I've learned over the years with Bridgeport National Bindery, we take a consultative approach to our sales process. And when you come into Bridgeport National Bindery, I always leave learning something new. I may have a new product that I introduce, and they could take a look at it and find a whole nother way to utilize it. It's very difficult because everything needs to be changed over, and changeovers take time. So it's really about how fast you can change over to a different size book is what really is the key to production.
I don't know about difficult, you just have to think about things differently. In other words, people say, well, you've got an order for one book. I don't look at it that way. I have an order for thousands of books that have this characteristic. I have 1,000 books that are cream paper 6x9. I have 1,000 books of cream paper that are 8.5 by 11. They might have different titles, they might have different page counts, but the characteristics of the books are the same. So we're doing actually runs of books that have the same characteristics, but they happen to be shipped out individually. It's a huge amount, because what you're able to do with technology is to eliminate the sorting and handling that you would have to handle, that you would have to deal with as far as a book of one is concerned. There's a huge difference between the steps involved in taking one book from start to the end, or taking 1,000 books from start to the end with all the same characteristics. You get multiple benefits. It was an interesting exercise at the beginning in particular, but we were doing library binding before we were doing print-on-demand binding. Library binding, by definition, is books of one. So it's something that I grew up with many years ago, and so it's just a different application of the same technologies. For two things. First of all, you form relationships with people, which are always important. It makes no difference if they're competitors or not. The people are important. The ideas that you can get from people are important. I learn more from having people visit than any other way. They come, they ask questions, and when they ask questions, they tell me a lot about what we're doing, what they're doing, and how can I make it better here.
Start it up.
With Standard Finishing, we have a very good relationship. They have helped us to choose the correct technology. They listen to us when we ask questions. When we want to make a different use of their technology, they help us to figure out, can we do it or can we not do it? Hunkler has come in just about a year ago, and it has fulfilled what we expected it to be able to do. It's given us a much smoother operation at the end, the finishing of rolls of paper that are coming from our inkjet presses.
We have a great relationship with Bridgeport National Bindery and all the management and employees. They've invested in a fair amount of our equipment, both with the Hunkler and Horizon products. They've just been a super partner for us.
What it has done is it gives us, from the start to the finish, higher speed. It gives us quality books coming off the end, and the books come out in a book block that we're able to handle and move more easily into our other processes.
The technology is always changing to make it more automated, faster setups, faster changeovers.
Yes, very, very profitable, because it multiplies the use of our labor, multiplies the use of our space, and makes it very efficient in the way that it delivers books. No, we have been extremely busy right now, and books are not dying because people are still reading. And I think that led to some decisions that have been made in the ecosystem around books that have made it so that they appear to be dying, or appeared for a while to be dying. But if you look at the statistics, I think that you'll see that they're not going away.
See, I hope you like this film. It is a replacement of a learning session, but with everything, there's always good takeaways from films like this. One of the things was that Bruce was talking about that there used to be a library binding, the one where you make the better covers and the just to make sure that it's a more durable books in library binding, and that is books of one, as he says. One of the things that was not mentioned so clear in the film, which was quite impressive to be there, was also that Bridgeport National Bindery also have like a huge second-hand bookshop where basically books can be turned into them, and then you can sell the old books in a system, and the paper and the book and the papers that are not used are going to be like repurposed into new paper. So it was quite nice to be there. Bruce Jacobson is also interesting. As you can see, he has some age now, but that didn't. I mean, it was amazing to walk with him because I mean, at almost every station in the bindery, he had like good advices or looked at the employees and talked to them about how to optimize the work with that particular machine. This is a gentleman that knows the details of the equipment and also the output that is needed in order to make sure that you optimize and utilize the equipment as much as possible. One of the things that we really like at English when we visit a lot of printing companies is how much we learn from it. Because basically when you come to a printing company, yeah, a lot of you guys have the same equipment, but you utilize it so differently. And that is one of the things that I really find interesting to see, that technology can be utilized so different. I remember I once interviewed the former general manager from HP Indigo, Alain Bacheny, and as he said, when we when we developed the Indigo, we never thought it was a printer to be printing on balloons, and I think that is a great example that you can have all the ideas and all the things you need in order to kind of plan what a product is purposed for. But the moment it comes in the hands of UPSPs and converters, it sometimes turns into something entirely different. Quite amazing and always very intriguing to see. At last week we were at Label Expo, and that was of course with the label both printing and finishing in mind. And tomorrow we have dedicated, so we have APG, we have Graphotronic, we have GM coming into the program to talk about some of their things, and I really hope they come, because I mean we do have films with their equipment, but it is way more convenient that our guests actually show up. So, but nevertheless. Also, one thing I wanted to talk about is that today we have the commercial web offset, and it's not so many players in the market. We spoke to ContiWeb, and unfortunately they couldn't make it to get here, but ContiWeb as a huge supplier of unwinders is of course also extremely important, since more and more on the commercial side is looking into web-based digital inkjet. So just saying. I also want to make a little advertising while we at it. Next week they're finishing first at Horizon's headquarters in Germany, in Quickborn, just north of Hamburg, where Technow will be there, Hunkler will be there, HP will be there. I mean, most of the people that you will see during this week will actually participate in the Finishing First event, and we will be filming and interviewing as we did from a lot of other events, and hopefully a lot of people will enjoy these interviews and understanding. Also, I'm going to make a presentation, and just to have a spoiler alert, my headline for the session is why you should not automate. I hope that people that know me will hear the sarcasm and irony in what I'm saying, because of course everybody should look into how to optimize and automate the productions using software, IoT, and all the wonderful equipment out there. Last little spoiler alert before we will put this on a pause for the 11 o'clock session. It's also the Printing United. One of the things, to be honest, a lot of people have been thinking that we have been bashing the events, and I have not done my job good enough if that is what has come out of it, because basically my view is that PSPs and converters, they have changed so much during the years, also during the pandemic, because the market is changing. vendors, they need to deliver machines under the business models that works for PSPs to operate. The customers are changing their demand all the time. And I was just like, when organizations like Drupa said, you need Drupa. That is not enough. You have to make it needed. And that was what I was talking. And I think it's quite interesting, because a few of the organizers got really upset with me, I think. But I was maybe more like, okay, I was hoping for a dialogue, to be honest. And one of the organizations that actually took up the dialogue was Printing United in the US. Printing United was so unfortunate that they only managed to do one show before the COVID hit. So, coming back, even though they are built on the remains of SGIA in the US, building it under one roof event like the Printing United is first of all, it's a big job. Secondly, I think in many ways it's a very important job. And what Mark Supers and his team has done with the show that is in October in Las Vegas, I think, is I wouldn't say that they have reinvented themselves 100%, but what I would say is that they have really tried to say and convince all the vendors and exhibitors to bring equipment to the show. In America, it's a little bit more difficult than in Europe, at least, because most shows in America are 3 days. In Europe, we have a tendency to have a little bit longer, especially the large ones. So bringing equipment to the show floor, set it up within just a few days, make it run, and then take it down again and get out of the exhibition hall is, of course, a challenge. HP will show their new HP Advantage T2200, which is a brand new machine. I look forward to see it. I just wrote an article. It will be published today or tomorrow on English News, which of course is also interesting in relation to all the topics of today's binding episodes here on Learn With Us. We also know that Heidelberg will bring an XL106 to the show floor, and I think that's pretty amazing to have a full-size offset machine at a 3-day event in Las Vegas. It just shows that when we do something, we can definitely do that. I will also, together with my team, be there. We have, I think, a quite exciting program. I don't know if you saw the program we did from Label Expo last week. We have made 30 interviews and demos. A lot of work, and I think it was really good, so you should check it out. On Printing United, we are more people and have even greater ambitions for what we're going to do. We have decided to focus on workflow, automation, print, finishing, and embellishment. So every day there will be interviews and stories and demos around those topics. And yes, we are going to show some Hunkler equipment and some Horizon equipment running at Standard Finishing, which is the distributor of Hunkler and Horizon in America. So what we can't see right now, you will be able to see in our coverage from Printing United. With that said, sorry for the blah blah blah, and sorry for that apparently there is some kind of misunderstanding between me and the good people from Hunkler, but well, that's life. And as I said yesterday, I have to be dead honest with you. I had great ambitions for this event, but sometimes times is just taking over because we have been very busy. But guys and girls and everybody watching this, we will be back in a little bit more than half an hour with Robert from Tech Now. So stay tuned and see you soon. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning, Morten. Hello,
So,
everybody.
yeah, hello, and welcome to this little finishing line. I think that finishing line should be maybe the number one title because I mean basically that's what you work with, right?
That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Yes, and we are very professional in our finishing line.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I would say that we have actually met each other. Let's talk a little bit about that. But before, maybe Robert, maybe introduce yourself for a second, please.
Okay, yes, okay. Let me introduce myself. Okay, my name is Robert Gubo, and I'm working with Techno since 6 years, right? Okay, a little bit longer, I think. I have worked in this industry segment for many, many years. Yes, as you see on my gray hair. Yes, and I was with.
We can't
I
hide it,
started
Robert,
with
right?
Aqua. I can put on my cap if I can. No. Okay,
Uh,
then I started with Aqua and a lot of experience with Xerox, more than 10 years working for Xerox, and
wow.
then I worked also more than 10 years for Kodak, so I know both sides. I
Mm.
know exactly the printer side, and I know since 6 years also the finishing world. Yes.
Um,
Uh,
saying that, Robert, I can't help think about because I mentioned in the break between just before you got online here that next week Horizon they have the finishing first event where I know Technow is also participating. Uh, when you have been on both sides of the printing side and the finishing side, when you meet customers today, I understand, of course, your experience from both sides, but what do you think is the more important thing when you look at a PSP and choosing digital equipment for their production? Is that starting with the finishing or starting with the printing side?
from my experience, most of the customer they are starting from the printer side. They
Yeah,
they are choose first of all the printer, and then they take care about the finishing. Yes,
yeah,
first of all, it's very important for them, okay, to get the best print quality
yeah,
for a ratio price.
yeah.
And but as you said, okay, printing is not so much complex as the finishing world, because
Mm,
what you are selling is the final product, and
mm,
which comes out of the finishing. Yes.
mm. Yesterday, your colleague Scott from the US, he showed an example of. I was kind of blown away because you basically saw a piece. I think you call it the rotator, where you basically have up to SRA3 sheet, and then at full speed it just goes in the machine, and then it turns 90 degrees, and then it continues, basically to utilize the best binding for a specific job. And I mean, if you think, I mean, when you say, for example, that it's a little bit more complex with binding than print, it's actually because you have a very physical product that it can goes from very low grammage to very high grammage, right?
This is exactly the requirements, especially from the graphic arts industry.
Mm,
Okay, what we see in the market since many years. Yes, as I told you, I was also on the printer side, and sometimes I had a feeling that I was a kind of missionaire. Yes, to convince all the people. Okay, what is digital print? But I think now we are at the stage, and it's a level that's print,
mm,
especially the inkjet printing world,
mm,
is accepted by the market,
mm,
and also by the end customer.
mm,
And we are not only talking about to do additional intelligent things. We are also right now also talking about substitute
mm.
offset print volume.
Yeah. And talking about that, it was quite interesting because you and I we met at Sattler Media just a few months ago, and that was of course in relation with the Spring Forward event. I mean that setup, you were quite involved in it, and some of the things that is quite amazing to see is also that people thinking about, okay, how can you do lights out production? How can you do almost unlimited work on digital? And you, for example, have the slicer where it basically automatically slices two rolls while the machine is still running. Feeds, in this case, it was Ricoh machines feeding directly to the machines, to the binding machines, and then basically piles of paper came out printed beautiful in the other end, right?
It was very impressive for you, Morten, yeah? Hmm?
Oh, oh, okay. So it wasn't impressive for you because you knew. Okay, I get it.
No,
No,
we
I.
will also talk later about the zero splicer, and I have also one or two slides showing the Sattler case, and of course much more than this.
Before we're going to see your presentation, Robert, I was just thinking because you mentioned yourself about I mean that the technology is evolving to maybe substitute offset printing. When you visit customers in Europe, is it, in your opinion, still a difficult discussion to take? I mean, or are PSPs ready to move into this? And how is it from a techno perspective? Do you have the right solutions for PSPs wanting to go into the digital space and substituting offset print?
Uh, Morten, we are more than 35 years in this market. Okay, this market was dominating by transactional applications, but since some years, okay, everything moved to the graphic arts market, and so what we see and what we also hear from the customer, okay, that things in digital printing, including with the finishing, okay, is much more serious and much more accepted also by the customer. Uh, we are 100% on the right way to understand the requirements of the graphic arts industry and their needs. We are cooperating with them. We have a lot of discussion with them. We are listening to this customer base, and we are combining this experience and this discussion also with our engineering. So I am 100% sure that we are fulfill all the needs of this market. But this market is in moving, so the applications are changing. Yes, the printer becomes more faster. We are talking about a wide range of paper. Yes. So, and not only speed, but also the grammages, yes, are becoming higher and higher.
Yeah.
And these are challenges as for the printer as also for us as finisher.
Yeah. And that is, of course, always interesting to think about. And maybe last thing before we see the presentation, you mentioned yesterday when we spoke that these days also Canon is having an event where Techno obviously is participating. And I was thinking that you say that you come from the transactional market, but if you look at the print OEMs, they are also moved from maybe have a majority of their market in the transactional market to become like book printers, becoming more like commercial print, even poster prints and leaflets and magazines and everything like that. So the work that you have of convincing the market about change is actually a lot of people working on, both from print OEMs and from you and your colleagues in the industry, right?
Yes, that's right.
So, Robert, what have you in plan? What do you want to show us today?
I wanted to show you as our techno story. I will point out our new revolution platform. What is Revolution 50? Of course, I will also explain some other topics. Tekra has a very wide range of products and solution. To talk about our complete product line and solution, I think it would take more than 1 hour. So we are concentrating on our new platform finishing line, what is Revolution 50, and of course some words about Tekra.
Okay,
Let's start.
I will be listening to you, but I will mute myself and turn off my camera. And if you have any problems, you just say help, and I will try to help you as much as I can here on the remote. And let's bring on your presentation here. It's still not in presenter mode, so maybe you need to change the slides in the sidebar, not as a presenter. But let's see what happens. So here we are. Can you see you can see what we see, right?
I hope I can see what you see.
Okay,
Do
I
you see
see
my
your tech now. I
presentation?
see the finishing line, web fed solutions. So that is what I see.
Do you see the first slide about TechNow? TechNow presents worldwide.
No, I think you basically, because you are probably seeing it in presenter mode, and what you're sharing here on the screen is not the presenter mode. So I think you just have to be in the overview mode and basically just click through the slides, because I don't know how to help you, because normally you, when you click on the share screen and you just select full screen, then it will show also presenter mode, but I don't know what's happening here. So if you can just take it from the overview, we can still easily see what is going on.
Just a second. What you see now?
It's still the same. We see the overview of the PowerPoint.
But do you see any slides moving?
I don't see any slides moving. You have to go to PowerPoint, click, end the presentation mode, Robert, and just show the slides from PowerPoint. I know it looks a little bit different, but that is what we can do right now.
What you see now?
It's the same. We only see. I mean, you have a little live view up in the upper corner, so you should be able to see what I see. There is I can see your face, and then I can see the PowerPoint, not in presenter mode, but in edit mode.
I am clicking for the next slide. Normally you must see the slide about TechNow.
Yeah, but you have to do it in edit mode, not in presenter mode, please. You have to do it, Robert, so you can have all the thumb. Yeah, now I can see your mouse. So yeah, now I can see it. So that is how we can do it now, since it apparently doesn't work with the other one. I will just turn off your camera so we can better see.
Okay, can we start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, some words about TechNow. Okay, TechNow now presents worldwide. Who we are? We are a leading supplier of automated paper handling and converting and print quality assurance systems for high-speed digital printing operations. And this for more than 35 years. Our total installed base right now is more than 9,000 systems for high-speed digital presses, but also for other finishing partners devices. What we are doing, we are very focusing now, especially on commercial print, direct mail publishing, but as I told in the past, we were also focusing on transactional, but we are also manufacturing many other specials like photo, and we are covering also other markets. So we are listening to the customer, and if they ask for a special solution, we are also helping our customer. We have in total 6 operative sites. We are close to 230 employees in total worldwide. 55 R&D technicians. This is very important. We spend a lot of money in R&D. We have 25 top service level 2, service level 3 service technician operating also worldwide. And we are working together with distributors worldwide. We are manufacturing on 3 sites. So we have one manufacturing site in Italy in the northern part. We have one production site in Sweden, and we have one production site in the US. Some words about our new branch. So we have established our new branch in Germany. We have a new managing director. This is Stefan Klier. Stefan Klier has a lot of experience in the finishing world. He joined us 2 years ago, and he worked many years for our competitors. So he have a big experience, and he helped us covering especially the German market. Why? The German market is one of the biggest marketplace in the world and very important, besides other areas as well. My function is, as I mentioned, okay, I'm the area manager for Germany for the German-speaking countries, Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And I am also covering the market in Greater China and also Taiwan. What we are doing with TechNow Germany, we are focused to provide more services, especially from Germany. And what does it mean? We are providing technical support. We have own technicians in Germany, service level 2, service level 3. We are doing training for the operator. We are running remote assist. We are connected with IoT. I will spend some words later on that. What we will do is spare parts. This is very important to have storage of spare parts and parts warehouse. And this is what is very important for the TechNow Germany branch. Visit us please in our TEC in Ivrea, the northern part of Italy. So here we have a lot of competence and expertise. This is our worldwide destination for TechNow customers and prospects, and it was ready when the pandemic started. So it's this TechNow experience that helped us to do a lot of very interesting demos with customer connecting worldwide. I remember that we had a Chinese demo with more than 25 people joining this demo. So we are very professional and we have learned a lot to do exactly the virtual demos. But at least we love to be personal there, and so you are invited to visit us in our TEC in Italy. We have a lot of products available and solutions. Not all products, but our main products are there installed. What is the Revolution 50 stack? Then the Revolution 50 with Streamfolder. What is for our book printing market, very important. Then we also will talk about the Zero Speed Splicer, Wolf 40, also the Zero Speed Splicer if they're installed. Of course, we had yesterday the discussion about the cut sheet finishing solution with 1212 and 1010. And one of our very, very important and main products, because this is also a very growing market segment, is our Libra 800 book on demand system, fully automated system, yes, starting from the roll or from the sheet, and you get a finished book by the end of the production. In total, more than 1,500 square meters. We are growing, so, and that means, okay, my US colleagues moves to a new headquarters in North Andover. This is outside from Boston, and we need more space because we are growing, as I said. We are working very close to our various printer partners and also finishing partners. So we have a lot of installation with all name printer partners as you see on this slide. But let me now introduce our new flagship. This is Revolution 50 series, and this is a new finishing platform manufacturing on a very robust technology and built for multiple shift operations. Revolution 50, the key design and criteria, and some words about system features. As I said, very dedicated to the graphic arts industry, but also very useful in the transactional world. We have also installations in the transactional world. I will show you later some of our case studies. Yes, but what is very important, graphic arts running with heavy ink coverage, challenging papers, and requests running at higher and higher speeds. So the requirements in the world finishing constantly change. What they need is a high reliability, high robustness, high production, and very important, okay, everybody's talking about it, Internet of Things compatible with remote access and onboard diagnostic. What does it mean? I will also show you later in another slide. Very important for everybody, for every user and customer, is the media flexibility. Lightweight paper becoming more and more important because we are also entering the pharmaceutical market. Heavyweight and coated stocks, very important for our graphic arts partner. We had two models of cutters. One is a C51 single cut, and the next one is a C52 double cut. Yes, very operator friendly, very technician friendly, because easily accessible for all the maintenance, and also the changing time for a single cut blade for is close to 1 hour. And let us talk about the C52, then we are talking about 2 hours, comparable to other systems, saving a lot of time. One example for the robustness, as you see here, this is a cutting unit. Yes, this is a cartridge section which can be pulled out very easily. We are talking here about 500 kilos, so robust and heavy manufacturing, built for 3 shifts. Other features for the Revolution 50, very important for us. Okay, we are running complete tight web with this solution, so that the paper web is permanent under control. No loose web is here running. We have a special decurler, especially when running heavy stock of paper, very important. So also for the quality of the stacks, user friendly. And what we also have when running slit and merge application, then you have a patented solution of Techno. We have this integrated punching unit, and a punching unit is just putting out of the holes. Why? Because then this sucking, yes, the extraction device is much more easily to work. What we also need, and this is also very important because lines becoming more and more complex, is also to have a single bypass sheet option, and what we have integrated here in our stacker S51 or S5051L. Even the customer will integrate more finishing devices, and so therefore very important to have also this option. Summary of Stack Revolution 50. We are running up to paper width range up to 22 inch, what is 560 millimeters. Paper weight 40 to 300 GSM. Our maximum sheet length is with the S51L 30 inch, what is 602 millimeters. Strip cut, what is standard, and we have also some specials with gutter cut, because we can do 4, 6, 8, 10 and 12, and in positions we can run up, 1 up of course, but also 4 up. Why 4 up? We see also tendency and trends that customers are asking for more postcard production. What about Industry 4.0, Internet of Things, and what does it mean, and what we have already implemented? Yes, okay. Our modules are complete, built on Techno Connect platform. So we have a software, and what we can do is we are doing automatic services and operator schedules. We have the complete online documentation in our system. You have also the online monitoring. You see in front of, okay, remote diagnostic. We can run remote diagnostic. We can run preventive maintenance. We are connecting with intelligent motors and drive. For the customer, very important, electronic parts catalog, electronic documentation, so remote diagnostic and monitoring, and remote assistance. And this is a big and great help for customer and also for us, so that we can provide our service then on time on a remote base. Let us see a small film. Yes, Morten, I will start it here from my screen. Yes.
if you prefer, or I can do it from here, then it looks better. I do it from my side, okay?
Okay, do that.
Okay, Robert, we are back here. So what a great animation showing the all the opportunities you have with the equipment, right? But super great. You have a few more slides, right? So I will just let you keep you finished, then I have some questions. Can
Okay,
you hear me?
I
Okay,
can hear
great,
you.
good, sure, super.
Okay, let's move forward. Okay, with our Sattler Media Group installation. This is one of our first customer using the Revolution 50 and also combining with the Zero Speed Splicer. One of the biggest printer companies in Germany, more than 500 employees. Traditional cut sheet offset and web offset printer, and they decided to invest into the digital printing. As you see, this is a very complex installation, and this is a, yeah, we are calling it a hybrid installation. You see starting here from the Zero Splicer, U40 going into the printer, and straight ahead a complete inline solution running up to our stacker. One up, two up, three up application, and now the new request for this customer is also to run four up application. But what you also can do is you can also run the systems, okay, roll to roll. So this means Zero Splicer printing and then with a rewinder. What does it mean, and what are the benefits for the customer? If there are some interruptions, for example, anyway in that line, okay, he can run in a stable process with roll to roll, and he can put the roll into the nearline configuration, so he can run independent of these two lines. But this is a big benefit. He can produce roll overnights, and then he can process rolls during another shift on the finishing line. Another case is in Sweden, yes, but this is more transactional related. KGM, data distribution. Also, this is the first installation in Nordic with Revolution 50. In that case, 51, so that means a single cut and stack application, but also integrating a dynamic processor. Here, as you can see, this is in line with the Canon Color Stream printer 8000. We have many installations in the US, and one of them is here, state of Colorado, also integrated document solution. Also a kind of, yes, transactional customer, yes, but he is also running postcards and tourist brochures and booklets in combination with a VC 60,000. Then another customer, also based in US, DD3. This is also a global supplier of business communication and marketing solutions. So he is doing a lot of mailings, books, saddle stitch booklets, and here in that case he's using an HP. Yes, so as our installation are very diversified, and you can see on all the cases, okay, that we are offline and online with many various press manufacturers. For us, very important, our product strategy. And our product strategy means, okay, that we keep our previous generations of machines in program. Yes, it is very helpful for customers who are not really on that stage as other graphic arts customers. So they start with inkjet printing, and they are not willing to do a big invest. So they can start with a Stack 20 series, and then they can grow with us and develop depending on expanding the requirements. So therefore we keep our previous generation in our product range. Not to forget, but okay, this is very important, we are the leading company in developing manufacturing dynamic processor. We have a wide range of applications, and we have more than 350 installations worldwide with our TC1550HS series. What we are running dynamic perforations, vertical, horizontal. We can also integrating dynamic file and hole punching. We can exchange tools against scoring and creasing tools. We have also static pin feed punching option. This is very important for other finishing applications behind the processing. Everything is triggered and controlled with data matrix codes or a MER or a barcode. We are running at high speed up to 230 meters, and we are running at maximum web width of 22 inch. What is very important, our products are field upgradable. So this means we have E models available. What does E means? Okay, we are talking about expandable systems. So we have big chassis, and you can start with one perforation or with two perforation cylinder, and you can expand when your application and the application from the customer side and requirements are much more complex, then you can add cylinder or perforations wheel in field. As I said, we can also change tools against scoring and creasing tools. One case of Astria, and this is a very complex installation with a perforator. as you see, the requirements of the distances of the perforations are really impressive. Why? Because this customer is doing mailings, postcard, but couponing become more and more important. And in this case, this customer also using a static punching device, as you see here, because after that he is also using a kind of collator, yes, processing this into a final product. Let us talk about roll-to-roll and our zero-speed splicer, what is very unique in this world. What's the story behind that? Okay, our goal is to achieve the highest production level of customer, and with the zero splicer we can reach this goal. This is not only a unwinder and rewinder, because this is the flexibles unwinder and rewinder zero splicer what you can get in the complete market. In theory, you can run job by job using different paper and unwinding to another roll. So this means this is not only to rewind or to unwind the complete roll, as many other manufacturers are doing. This is very complex system, and especially running book, for example, yes, in the very important market book of one industry. You can run very short runs with one paper, and then you can move to the next roll using another paper, and at that time you can also put in to the unwind the next paper. So this is very flexible. But what is very important, okay, you will increase printer uptime. So it's at least roll change can take sometimes up to 10 or 50 minutes, and depending on the paper, it is sometimes 30-40 minutes running time. Okay, when the paper is a little bit lighter, a little bit longer. So you will reduce paper waste, do frequent startup and stop with paper waste. You will save paper. You will increase your flexibility and enable application change. Applications requiring frequent roll change or complex logistic management. This is very top for short runs where you're using different paper types and different paper widths. What is a great number that we are supporting speeds up to 150 meters and also 250 GSM. Actually, we have also some requests, okay, talking about 300 GSM. What's new? Printers are getting faster and faster, so we are keeping up also with speed. So that means, okay, that our platform, our standard U9 and R9 are running is up to 180 meters, and what our paper weight is up to 300 GSM. The next, I do not want to talk about next generation, but we have modified our Unknown Rewinder, as you see, calling then U50 and R50, then running up to 250 meters per minute, and we have talked about more than 300 GSM. So this Unwinder and Rewinder will be able to process also 400 GSM. Who is using our zero splicer? We have many installations worldwide. Sattler is one of the first in Germany. In UK we have a lot of installations, and as well as in the US. What you can see is, okay, we are talking about productivity gain. So with a Techno Zero Splicer, for example, running with 80 GSM, the running time is up to by 500 feet per minute, 47 minutes. So the productivity gain is more than 21%. Running higher grammages was 110 GSM. So the running time is 34 minutes. The productivity gain is 29%. So we can calculate for each customer how fast he can reach the return on invest. And what we see and what we have checked, okay, this could be very, very interesting, especially when customers are running more than at least 2 shifts, but it is super exciting when a customer is running 3 shifts. Then the return on invest circle and time is very, very near and close. Here's also another example, okay, California direct mailer. What I want to tell here is that this customer, for example, started with the U9 and we have the growing path to the expanding to the zero splicer U40. At least you can use the current installed U9 also for the zero speed splicer. Yesterday, my colleague Scott talked about our cut sheet solutions. We are very strong also in this segment. Why? Because B3 printers and also B2 printers are becoming more and more, especially in the inkjet world. So we have introduced also Stack 1212 for B2 presses, and what is one of our current products is the B3 family with 4 existing printing devices. Some words about the next upcoming event. As you mentioned, Morten, okay, we are in Poing right now, starting yesterday, a very big Canon live event again. That's super. Everybody is happy to be live on this event, and combining this Canon Make It event with Oktoberfest, what is also started in Munich, and as you know, 2 years there was no Oktoberfest due to the pandemic. Then we have the Horizon Finishing First event next week in Quickbond, also very interesting event for us in Germany with our partner Horizon. We have also the Xicon Cafe in Lier in Belgium, October 5th and 6th. And as Scott yesterday also mentioned, very important booth is the Printing United in Las Vegas, also in October. Then you can see Stack 1212 and Revolution 50 and Stack 5251L. And last but not least, also the Domino difference. They have opened a complete new European site in Netherlands, and we will be also there. Maybe we can meet us with one or the other customer or prospect here in that area and in that event.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Robert. I have a little, maybe a joke question before we get serious here. So, as you said, international company, production in Sweden, Italy, and in the US, and you are from Germany, and you talk about Oktoberfest. What are you going to bring to Printing United? Will it be Italian wine? Will it be German pilsners, or will it be Swedish meatballs from IKEA?
It's a combination of everything. Yeah. I think that the most important topic and the best answer I can give. Okay, these are live events, and the live events are back. And this is, I think, for us and for the customer, it's the good message that we can meet us in Italy with a perfect wine, that we can meet us in Sweden with a Swedish ball. And of course, in the US with a good American hamburger and steak and whatever.
Fantastic. Robert, I can't help think about when you talked about, I mean, I think it was a great presentation. I mean, this amazing lineup of product you have. I was just thinking that when I see, and when you talk about the zero splicer, for me, it sounds like out of this world, because I mean, the productivity gains you get if you have the volume for printing, and of course, I mean, it is just amazing to think of that it's possible, because they run pretty fast, right?
Yes, absolutely. So we can run with a zero splicer up to 150 meters, and we are now working. No, we are not working. Okay, it's already finished that we can run also much more higher speed with a zero splicer.
Fantastic.
Okay, depending on the paper, because you must be a
Of
little
course,
bit
yeah.
careful. Okay, running with higher gramages, then there are also some limitations. It's absolutely clear.
If you look at the zero splice, obviously that is for inline production of together with inkjet devices. Is there any dependency on what device? I mean, there must be some kind of software integration and in between the zero splice and how the machine operates, or how does that work?
It always depends, okay, how we working close with the engineering teams of the printer partners. Because, okay, for the zero splicer, yes, as well, you need to have a clear interfacing and engineering discussions with the printer partners,
Mm,
because you must go with a splice through the printer.
mm,
And these are very, very important and
mm,
interesting topics in discussion with our printer partners. So,
mm,
uh, but I think overall we are on a very good way. We
mhm.
have very good progress with HP. We have very good progress with Canon, and as well with our friends from Ricoh.
Mm. Yeah, because when we met with Sattler, they have the Ricoh. I can't remember, is it 60,000 or 70,000 they have?
It's a 70,000, yes.
70,000, yeah.
Mhm.
And if you look at the speed and the quality and also the amount of work they produce, and I think it's increasing because when we visited them, it was still a relatively new installation, and they talked about also how postcards, for example, is changing the direct mail scene because the postage prices is getting higher. So the entire line that you have set up together with Rico is just an example of where the productivity gain can be something that is really paying back the equipment fast, right?
Yes.
Is that something can you use? I mean, when you in presentations like this present like showcases and case studies like you do here, is that also? I mean, it must be nice when you go out to new customers and new prospects that you have proof of concept, and I mean, you have actually working experience in the field. How important is that storytelling when you get out to new customers to tell them that, okay, Sattler Media is using this, or this and this printing company is using? Is that something that is important when you are in discussions, or is it very much down to the applications by the printer you're talking to?
No, when we are talking about zero splicer, integrating zero splicer, we are always talking about performance.
Mm,
And what is the goal of all customer? Okay, running big volumes and increasing the print amount. So
mm,
every time when we are talking about zero splice, we are always talking about highest production level, but again about the highest flexibility
mm,
running with a zero splicer.
mm,
And so this is a perfect combination. On the one hand, you can run very high production level without any interruptions.
mm,
So this means every time when you need to change a roll, you have to stop the printer. You have a
mm,
big paper waste, and
mm,
you have an interruption of at least 10-15 minutes.
mm.
With a zero splicer 040, you can keep the system up and running.
Yeah,
But but the next topic is that we are also talking about the highest flexibility, and the
yeah.
highest flexibility means, okay, that you can also run different media types
Yeah,
and
because that
in
is also
combination
what
with
we
that
spoke
at
about with
different
Sattler Media.
applications.
Yeah, so you can have like thicker paper, thin paper, or coated, uncoated paper. So you basically can switch also while printing, right? Which is like
Yeah.
where even higher productivity gain. Because I think that some PSPs who are working only in cut sheet today or an offset sheet, I think that sometimes it's maybe not a big obstacle, but it is a change that go to web offset basically, because or web digital, because you basically need to take into consideration the media flexibility. But with the zero splicer, that seems a bit easier, right?
Yes, and this story is ready. So therefore, okay, we have calculations. We have a calculation soon for each customer, so we can calculate the complete paper demand.
Mm,
We can at least, okay, calculate with the customer, okay, when he gives us all the information, how many rolls he's using per year, per month, and which grammages. So we have a big calculation tool, so we can count and describe him the return on invest on a very short time. So customer, feel free to ask us. We are talking about the Zero Splicer 40, and we can provide and offer you the top calculation so you can see, okay, what is the economics behind that.
Fantastic. And with that said, Robert, I want to thank you very much. And you see, we spent almost an hour anyway, so times fly by, right? So thank you very much, sir. It was great to listen to you, and it was also great talking to you. And I wish you all the best. And you will be in Quickborn next week?
No, unfortunately,
No,
I'm
not
on
you.
a short vacation next week. So,
Okay, but you have a deserved vacation.
But my best colleague Stefan Klier and Hamja Hullemann will be at the Horizon event.
Okay, I look forward to see them. Thank you very much. And just for the audience watching this, we now have a 2 hours and 10 minutes break before we see Müller Martini. And they have a customer from the US going to tell them how they are using their equipment. So who knows, maybe it's a TechNow solution in front of the Müller Martini. You never know, right? And I don't know it yet. So let's see what happens, and see you here at 2 p.m. European time, or 1400 CET. Thank you very much, and thank you, Robert.
Thank you very much, okay, to all the audience. Morten, have a good time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Can't hear you, Morton.
It was because I was muted, so there was a reason for it, right?
Absolutely.
I think actually that is one of the most used terms in the pandemic is you're muted, right?
Absolutely.
So Andy, welcome to the finishing line and Learn with Us, which is our educational kind of webinar live broadcast here on English, and so great to see you. I must admit that last week when I spoke to you, I had a blast because I think first of all it was great to listen to your story, and for those who don't know you, you are from Müller Martini. But before we continue to talk, maybe give us a little introduction of yourself and your fantastic company, please.
Now, thank you for the opportunity to join you here today, Morton. English TV is certainly a stalwart of the industry, and we've done a lot of great things with your organization and look forward to doing more in the future. As you mentioned, my name is Andy Featherman. I'm the current president and CEO of Müller Martini North America. Been with Müller Martini 28 years in various roles. Started with a press division role when we used to make presses many years ago, and evolved that into a role around the turn of the century where helping Müller Martini analyze the book market and understanding where we needed to go with developments, which we're going to talk a lot about today during this interview, as well as Director of Digital Solutions role, a Vice President of Sales role for about 6 years, and then effective January 1, promoted into the presidency role here. Very, very proud about that and humbled by the opportunity. And it's a great company, family owned. It has that family feel, Morton, and one that I'm very proud to be a part of for a very long time.
I was just thinking when you talk about the time you have spent with the company and now being promoted to be the CEO, can't help think about how nice it must be to have been in so many different roles, because now you have to manage people and you know basically their work and you know what obstacles, and you can probably identify the pain stakes and help people perform the best. Is that part of the journey?
No, absolutely. I mean, to me, one of my proudest moments is the fact that the team that we have here now really is one that I grew up with in this company. And the longevity of Müller Martini, it must be a great company to work for because no one leaves. Everyone's here with tenures that are in excess of 18 years on average, 20 years on average, something like that. That's a wonderful thing, by the way. And these peers helped me be successful. I'm here in my role now because of them. They lifted me up. They allowed me the opportunity to fail and learn from the failure and to succeed, and then a company succeeding as a result. So no doubt the time spent here was well spent grooming myself for such a role and grooming this company to address the challenges that we're going to talk about a bit today.
I can't help think about how funny it is because often when I talk to industry leaders, I always what I like about this industry is often that we can be fierceful competitors in the market, but we can also be the best of friends when we meet. And for those who don't know, Müller Martini come actually for this almost the same city as Hunkler. And
that's correct.
Yeah. And as you know, Hunkler has a 100 years anniversary this year, so I have actually been doing a little bit of research, and it seems that the relation with Müller and Hunkler goes way back actually. And I don't know if you know that, but Müller Martini actually produced both rifles and cars 100 years ago. Did you know that?
I did know that. The rifle thing, we try,
Okay, we keep it low.
It's not the thing we always brag about. A little bit. No, we're very proud about our heritage coming from cars. We still have one of the original cars in one of our facilities in Switzerland. That's correct. Wow. And I've actually driven in the car.
Wow.
Many years ago,
amazing.
about 15 years ago, the car was drivable. We took it out with a customer, and what a historical event being in this car driving through the city streets of Switzerland. It was quite a nice event. So
I can
our heritage prior to graphic arts was quite interesting for sure.
100%. Andy, I was just thinking, getting back to a little bit more our up-to-date thing here. The market in the US is so big. Is it also a big market for Müller Martini?
Oh, absolutely. With power comes a lot of responsibility, they say, right? No, Müller Martini North America is a big contributor to the success of Müller Martini Global, certainly, as are all of our regions, of course. But we do represent a large portion of the revenue intake and a large portion of the delivery of the equipment. It's been that way since the beginning, and certainly continues to be that way today. One of the driving factors is digital finishing. Digital really began here in North America, and really has a lot to do with the big players in digital or North American companies. So I think that had a lot to do with the success and the transition into digital finishing that we'll talk about today, and how we can help contribute to the success of Mueller Global.
And I think that one of the things that is, of course, great about Mueller Martini is that, I mean, you have your legacy, of course, but you also have fantastic product understanding from both the high volume analog to now also being a very serious player in the digital market. And I take that you can learn from both, because I mean, even the analog world is today really looking to see how they can automate, how you can integrate IoT, faster setup times, and all those things. Is that something that you also involved in, or is that the Swiss side that is more on the product side?
You know, the regions are very heavily involved in developments with the engineering team. There's a lot of input given and asked for from us, and that's been that way from the beginning of time at Mueller Martini. You can't develop in a bubble. You have to get the feedback from the market. The market organizations like North America, we have the hand-to-hand touching with our customers that allow us to pull in the data that we need and the solutions they require to help develop it. Very proud to say, you know, we retain a lot of our earnings in development. Rudy Mueller and Bruno Mueller have very proud of the fact that we constantly reinvest in development. And I would say 90+% of our development's around digital finishing now.
Yeah.
That's a far departure from 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And, you know, a good portion of our revenue, you know, I'm not sure if it's 40, 50, 60%, depends on the time, the day, and the month, but comes from digital finishing solutions.
Really? Okay. So that is really taking on for Mueller Martini.
Absolutely. We certainly still have automation built into our offset solutions. We've had a very good run with high-speed perfect binders, for example, for the offset world, because as you know, the book world is enjoying a resurgence over the COVID times and continues to enjoy really good activity. And as a result of that, there's been a reinvestment into even the higher speed binders, which we did continue to evolve the technology and develop new solutions, improve solutions for those markets also.
And I can't help think about, because you know, as we spoke about the other day, that we have visited numerous customers that are using Mueller Martini equipment. Of course, we did a film way before we got to know you guys from Schätzl Print Emotion in Europe. And we have, as you know, and we spoke about before, from Linemark also in Maryland in the US. I mean, and every time you come out and see customers using Mueller Martini, first of all, you recognize the color, of course, so you clearly see that it's Mueller Martini. Yeah, that's kind of blue anyway. But you see also smiling faces, both be among the operators and also from the owners, because I think it is. I was just about to say it's lean money machines, right? Because I mean, if you look at the books of one, it seems to be a really well-established productivity machine that you, I mean. I think Linemark is a brilliant example, and as I promised you, I will, just after the webinar ends, I think I will post it on LinkedIn again, because it is a great story under all circumstances. Before we see the presentation, I have a few more questions, if okay with you. One thing I spoke to actually yesterday. We had Horizon directly live from Japan along here. And I mean, I think that you think of them as a worthy competitor, but I'm not asking you about this. But what I'm asking you is, when they show the level of automation that is now going into binding in general, not specifically to any machines or any product, I was just wondering, is this like demand from the market at current time, or are you also trying to drive the market into to the higher level of automation to gain market shares, to also face some of the problems about employment and all, I mean, all these things? Or how do you see that correlation in that relationship?
It's more about addressing the needs of the market. Like we said earlier, we try to drive the needs to the engineering teams in Switzerland and Germany, and then the labor pool is globally, but in particular in North America, very, very, very challenging. And you know, I'm going to use an expression often during the presentation upcoming, that we design solutions that help you manufacture more books per square meter and labor hour. So basically, in the same footprint with the same or less people, you can have more net books per hour, and that's a very important statement. And the Limar case is a perfect example of that. And so we are driving automation. We are driving touchless workflow. It's another expression you're going to hear us talk about when we talk about our Finishing 4.0 ideology, where these are core pundits of what we do in our solutions now, because the market absolutely needs it now to address the challenges they have.
When you talk about more books per whatever measures you do, is that also because maybe there's a tendency sometimes for PSPs to look too much into the acquisition cost instead of just looking at the output, or why is that important to understand?
It's important to understand because at some point, a lot of our customers have been buying a machine and hiring another body, and a machine hiring another body. At some point, you just don't have the floor space anymore because you're confined in an island.
Too many,
and you can't get the labor.
Yeah.
So what we can do is do a 2 to 3 to 5 to 1 replacement of other machines with new technology. And yeah, 5 to 1 is legitimate. There's examples of that.
Really?
Where you can put in one machine which has 30% the footprint of the 5 machines you're replacing, and 1/5 the labor requirement. And that's critical for the labor challenges you have. Plus,
100%.
everything's about ROI. It's not about initial investment, it's about TCO and ROI of the investment. And you have to have that automation and those capabilities to justify that ROI and realize that maybe we're not the lowest cost investment day one, but over time we're the best investment. And that's what we do with our solutions for sure. And that's where we win a lot of our opportunities.
I know that you can, of course, not go into details about anything that is product related to the future, but I was just thinking, if we look at general terms, do you think that the speed, the quality, the higher level of automation is will it just be faster and smarter, even in a 5-10 years period, or is it other things that are more important to the PSPs?
No question, automation will get smarter, workflow will get smarter, it'll get more touchless, there'll be more automation to address the continued challenge. I don't believe labor challenges are going to go away. I believe the labor pool that's coming in is not conducive to working in printing plants as much as historically it was. So you're going to see a lot more about that. Speed is relative. Higher speeds, gross speeds aren't as important as net speeds and
That's
net
true.
throughputs. So to us, net throughputs and net speeds are better through automation and touchless workflow, and like I said, more books per square meter and labor hour to allow you to have more net production in a smaller footprint with less people.
Well, I would like to see what you have prepared, and then we can still
Fantastic.
talk afterwards. So if you bring up your presentations and take it away from
I
here,
can
Andy,
do that.
I can't wait to see
Absolutely.
it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the time. Thank you, Morten.
You're not done yet, I tell you, my friend.
No, and I want to let everyone know that I'm proud to be interviewing a good friend of mine and a colleague of a very, very smart printing company here in North America, Adi Chennai from King Printing.
When will
So
he
please hang
join
on for
us?
that.
When will he join us?
As soon as I'm done, I'm going to send him a quick text. He's already ready to hit join. So I set him up this morning. Okay.
Okay, let's start with the presentation and then bring him
Absolutely.
on.
Absolutely.
Just tell me when you're ready.
I'm here. Can you see everything okay?
You can see, and I can see you as well. So I will just mute myself, and I will now listen to what you say.
Thank you, Morten. Thank you, everyone. I thought it would be a good opportunity to talk about our ideology, our portfolio, and then give an example of a great project we had. It's anonymous, but it is a real project that shows how our solutions provide a great opportunity to automate and get more production out of your lines with less people and less footprint. So it's called the Optimizing Digital Book Production Challenge. We're going to talk about our Smart Factory Finishing 4.0 ideology, then roll into our digital solutions portfolio, go into the challenge, and then talk about how it creates more books per square meter and labor hour, which is the basis of a good ROI and TCO. Smart Factory, Finishing 4.0. We're very proud we trademarked the expression Finishing 4.0 here at Miller Martini. It is really the ideology we use for everything we do. It starts with automation, and not just automating by putting a motor on a spindle on an old piece of equipment. It's about automating the technology from the ground up to address and using connectivity to drive that automation. And connectivity is not just connecting physically things together. It's connecting things through XML feeds to and from the technology to drive the data to and get how well you did coming back. It's about barcode-driven workflow, where barcodes drive the technology to set up automatically to address the variability that's inherent in the market, the third pillar. It's easy to print things variably through different bins on a cut sheet digital printer, but to finish that variability can be challenging. But we really meet that challenge with our fourth pillar, touchless workflow. And touchless workflow is driving the automation. So it's kind of using those barcodes to drive the automation with touchless workflow, and using those XML feeds to drive data to the technology through touchless workflow. So that ideology is the basis of our digital solutions portfolio, which I'm going to outline here for you now. This is a bit of an eye chart, but let's break it down into sections. We certainly have partners and some of our own solutions for cut sheet and roll fed delivery into our perfect binders and saddle stitching solutions. So that is the red box here, where we have different people that help us feed rolls and cut sheet products into our finishing solutions. Then we have a saddle stitching portfolio, where we have the ability to take those cut sheet digital products or those roll fed digital products and finish them into a completely finished saddle stitch product. We also have hardcover and soft cover solutions, where you can do perfect bound or case bound products. And this is the blue box, is the box that we're going to highlight in this product, in this optimized challenge today, where we're going to give an example of where we took this complete portfolio, honed it down to solutions that fit well into this customer's needs, and came up with a great solution. So let's dig into that a bit further now. Let's start with a quote. The customer came to us with this challenge, and it was back in 2021. Getting enough labor for and consistent quality with our hand-fed machines, as well as fragmented processes that are completely disconnected, are our biggest challenges. We need Miller Martini's help to increase the overall productivity of our systems by reducing our labor requirements and intelligently connecting all of our processes together. That was a big challenge. It was like what I call a whiteboard challenge. So we took a whiteboard approach and said, how do we figure this out? So we came up with our portfolio here. We said, okay, let's start with our portfolio, Mr. Customer. We have our compact solutions, we have digital saddle stitching, we have perfect binding and hardcover solutions for what we deem the compact or entry-level sector of digital solutions. We looked at our mid-range, which for this application really was not the right fit. It was a little bit high-end for what they needed. And then we have our roll-fed finishing solutions, our Sigma line, from a 20-inch to a 42-inch solution, which also wasn't a fit here because they had a multitude of cut sheet and roll-fed solutions that were in nearline mode. So when we were done, we came through with our end-sheet tipper, our Vario Pro, our Infinitrim, and our EMP 513. And on top of all of that, the umbrella was our Connex workflow solution. So that was kind of what we came through as the right solutions very early on in our analysis. But then we had to dig a little deeper. So we said, okay, what's the whiteboard challenge? What are the things you're looking for, Mr. Customer? Well, let's start with the cost and inventory of combined end sheets. It's eating us alive. That's his quote. They needed a traditional tipper and eliminate the cost of combined end sheet inventory. Let's see how we did that. Minimize the processing of labor requirements. They can't find people. That's everywhere around the world, and certainly in North America, a big problem. So that we had a fully integrated solution, so they weren't handling WIP as much. Casing in production for more consistent product quality and automating it. Consecutive production of soft and hardcover books. That's a cool feature that I'll show you we have available. Increase overall bindery productivity. More books per square foot or meter in the case of European product customers, and labor hour. Optimizing changeover. Implementing seamless barcode-driven production. That's the cornerstone of our Finishing 4.0 ideology I just talked about a couple minutes ago. And they were missing intelligent system connectivity. I can't keep track of things, was their quote. Validating their content to cover match, touchless automation for book of one production, and end-of-line sortation after the trimmer, having products going different ways so there's better post-trimmer handling. That was the challenge. So how did we address that challenge? Let's go into that a bit more. Traditional tipper. We developed an end sheet tipper that comes from the commercial world. It's a true end sheet tipper, and one of the adages we say we bring commercial quality finishing to the digital market. This is the perfect example of that. It has a hangout adjustment. It allows you to drop a book block in the infeed you see here, and it automatically tips an end sheet to the book block and delivers that end sheet directly into the perfect binder to have no handling once you drop the book block in. Then we have a mull station. Combined end sheets are very costly, and the inventory handling is very, very challenging. So we have a true parallel mull station. It's perpendicular to the line, thickness variable on the fly, and it allows you to apply a mull paper to the book block like you do in our high-end perfect binding technologies. And that eliminates the need for combined end sheets because you're making the end sheets by tipping on the end sheets and adding the mold paper as you're perfect binding the product. So that's a huge win for saving costs and streamlining production of hardcover books in a digital space. A fully integrated perfect binding and trimming solution. And we came up with this one that you see on the screen here. This is actually a picture of the line at the customer. It starts with our end sheet tipper we talked about just a minute ago. We use an elevator and robots to deliver it into the infeed of the VarioPro Perfect Binder that drops the book block automatically into the clamp. You can see the mull station on the side of the binder. And then one of the things we're going to talk about in a bit is scan and print device. Let's get to that in a little bit because we need that to automate the downstream casing in processes. And then into our Infinitrim 3-knife trimmer. That is a 2000 fully variable length, width, and thickness trimmer. So no matter what comes in there, no matter what length, width, or thickness, it'll trim it on the fly with zero make ready. Very, very proud of the development of that solution. So then the other part, that's not a finished book when you're doing hardcover. So we had to have an automated casing inline for more consistent production. They were using a much more manual process, much more smaller devices, which were good for them over time. But there was too many people and it was inconsistent quality between each operator. We were able to take away all of that with this one single casing inline, so the product quality book to book was equal. And the automation we're going to talk about in a little bit, how we drive that with touchless workflow in just a few. So this is a video. I'm going to turn off the sound. I'm going to talk through it quickly. So just to walk through it, this shows you running hardcover and softcover books back to back. So what do we mean by that? With the barcode, the one book is a softcover book where it actually pulls a cover out of the cover feeder. The next book can be a hardcover book where we use the mull station, and it's all driven by that data matrix code that's on the barcode on the book. So what you're going to see here is, as you watch it walk through, I'm going to go ahead here for interest of time. You're going to see the books entering the binder. You can see we're tipping in the end sheets coming up the elevator. And then the books coming out, the first one here is a softcover book. And right behind it, the next, with no touchless workflow, is a hardcover book. You can see the end sheets and the mull paper. The barcode said to the end sheet tipper, tip on an end sheet or not. And it said to the perfect binder, apply the mull or not. And then it said, or apply the cover or a mull paper to the book block. Seamlessly book to book. And then you can see the inline sortation we'll talk about a bit later, where all the perfect bound books went to straight out and all the hardcover books went to the left, also driven by that same barcode. Very proud of that new feature that we have to our VarioPro and Infinitrim technology. And then the Infinitrim. What can I say? It's our robot trimmer, probably one of the best technologies we've designed in the history of Mueller Martini. You can see an A6, an A5, and an A4 coming in of all different thicknesses. And it just does not matter. It reads the barcode and automatically trims that book to the format and automatically adjusts to the thicknesses on the fly. And when you're doing true book of one or even book of many, but you have changeovers between 50, 100 count books, and you want that changeover to be seamless because you have an inline binder inline to the Infinitrim like we showed before, you have no problem finishing this automatically and creating a commercial quality trim book, because the way we press the books is like we do on a pile trimmer. The way we handle the waste drops right down because we're trimming vertically right into the waste chute, so you have no problem with waste removal out of the trimmer. And the swing cut into a cutting stick design patented design we have is built into this technology. So you have the high quality trim books, book to book, from a 4x4 1mm book to a 13x14 65mm book, back to back with no make ready. Great solution to optimize changeover between formats to increase productivity. But now we made a book, we made a hardcover book block that's trimmed, but now we just trimmed off the barcode. Oh no, well, before we trimmed off the barcode, because that's our connectivity license plate, as I call it, that drives the hardcover production, we have a scan and print device that reads the book block coming in, reads the barcode, and it automatically puts the barcode on the end sheet. That allows you to, and then reads the barcode to make sure it matches the barcode you had just about to trim off, and validates it. So before we trim the barcode off the trim area that we use to trim and use the cover match on the book block for the Vario, we reprint the barcode on the end sheet. And then we use that barcode through touchless automation to set up the casing inline, the EMP 513. It reads the barcode and automatically pulls a template into the casing inline for that book block through Connex. A touchless workflow driving the XML data to the EMP and setting it up so there's no manual make ready by the downstream operator of the casing inline. We also use it for validating the cover and content match for every book. That was critical in the Vario, but also barcode the book block to the case in the EMP. So all of this is done touchless. It's done with the barcode-driven connectivity. That's a big part of our Finishing 4.0 ideology. And then end-of-line sortation. I'll run this video also. You can see here, hold on, let me shut that off. You can see here we have, again, the softcover books going straight out, hardcover books going to the left. And it's not just a two-lane technology. We're going to have the ability in the future to do multiple lanes to allow for much more intelligent sorting of books after you have this intelligent ability to produce books back to back on the Vario line that we showed before. So again, automation that allows for much better handling of products throughout the whole process. And here's an overhead view of a couple of Varios feeding an Infinitrim and then the different outputs you can have with those Varios. One last thing they ask about is they can't keep track of things. So our Connex workflow was a huge help in that. They were able to optimize the jobs up front to optimize them for the best production capabilities going forward. That's the XML feed down to the technology. But also when they're done, how do they do? So you have Connex info coming back. And that allows you to know every job, every operator, every machine, how it did. It has a dashboard, a production dashboard that you can look and parse the data. It has the ability to give you access to a database where you can use any type of your own data planning software to parse the data. But it gives a full highlight of everything that we talked about, the barcodes that we impose into the product, the line control feeds down to the Vario and the Infinitrim, down to the EMP to allow it to set up more actively, and then taking the data back per job, per operator, per shift, per machine to allow them to parse and see how they did was a huge part of keeping track of the production that's now more seamless and more touchless and making sure that they're doing a good job with the products on a consistent long-term basis. What's the result? The result is more books per labor hour and square foot or meter. The old process, there was a lot of separate production areas for trimming the book blocks. A lot of end sheet collation, combined end sheets, printing false covers, tearing off the false covers for hardcover books, expensive non-traditional end sheet materials, combined or tabbed end sheets, a lot of inventory handling, labor-intensive slow process, front and back end sheet collation, tearing off the false cover to expose the end sheets, time, material, and waste, which start up and shut down of PUR with the roller pots. We have a nozzle-based system that does not have that time waste and material waste because because there's almost no waste and there's very little time for starting up a nozzle-based PUR system, as another example. And just fragmented processes, fragmented casing in, fragmented binding and trimming. So they've created a lot of high scrap waste due to multiple touch points. What's the result? A single integrated production system from book block in, product trimmed out, and then touchless workflow for driving the casing in process. And inexpensive end sheets, normal 4-page end sheets and normal mull paper on a roll. No more high cost products, raw materials and inventorying of raw materials. Lower unit costs as a result, higher, more productive, more consistent finishing because you're having a single system and one casing in line rather than multiple cells for casing in with different people with different quality. Much less time and material waste associated with all of everything that we just talked about here today. And most importantly, faster throughput for this customer, new record daily production numbers with less people in the same footprint. Therefore, more books per labor hour and square foot or meter. Very proud of the result of that. And just a reminder to all, our smart factoring finishing 4.0 ideology, true automation that is connected together through barcodes and XML feeds to and from the technology to address the variability inherent in our new digital book production world, and using touchless workflow to drive the automation through connectivity to address the variability that's inherent in the digital book production space. Thank you for your attention, and that is the challenge I thought was important to show here today, highlighting our portfolio and a great example of how it was pulled together to a North American customer. Back to you, Martin.
I think I'm breathless. So can you just speak for another hour? Then I will be dead because I can't get any oxygen. So seriously, as I said to you before we saw the presentation, when you see the Müller Martini products at work, you really see the productivity and the gains that you talk about here. But what I like about your presentation is also the fact that you get it's not just like one-off products that happens to work. It seems to be like a larger ecosystem that, for example, I didn't know that you could use the Vario trimmer for more of the glue binding machine. So that is like an option where you can take advantage of this modularity that you offer. So really cool presentation. So thank you very much. We should call your friend now. I can't remember his
Absolutely.
name. What was his name?
Adi Chennai.
Orange?
I'm just going to type ready for him.
Okay.
It's Adi Aditya Chennai. He is the president and owner of King Printing up in Lowell, Massachusetts. But I'll allow him to introduce himself in more detail. Mm-hmm. But I just texted him. He should be joining any minute. Adi and I have been friends and colleagues and partners for many, many years. And I thought it would be a nice, interesting twist to the interview process for you and I to interview Adi.
Adi is coming in now, so I will just add him here to the right. Let's see if we can get him in here. Just a second here. We have him here. Hello, Adi.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are
Morning,
you?
Adi.
Good morning, Andy. I'm doing well, thanks. How are you, gentlemen?
We're having fun, I think.
Fun is great.
I hope so.
I'll just see if I can make you a little bit tinier because you're so close to the webcam. Can you move a little bit away from the cam? And then center a little bit. Oh yeah, much better. Now we can. Now
perfect.
At least we're not giants, all of us, right? So Adi, Andy just said that you run a printing company in Massachusetts. I can't say that word. Massachusetts. My colleagues, if they're watching this, they will laugh at me. I can't say that state. Tell it yourself.
Outside of Boston, how about that?
Oh yeah, outside of Boston. That's a good term.
Easier that way. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so we're a digital book manufacturer, just a little bit outside of Boston, and we've been in business since 1978.
Whoa. Okay, so you have some history now, right?
Correct. Yes.
And I take you didn't start in digital, right? Or did you start already at that time?
We started in offset, Morton, but we quickly migrated into digital. So we were into digital print since 1988, 89.
Fantastic. And just before, I know that that Andy, he wants to talk to you about your equipment. I want to understand a little bit about the market. How big is your company, and is it only books you do, or what kind of business are you in?
100% books, and we're about 120 employees,
Nice.
and we operate around the clock, 24/7.
You look fresh, so but maybe it's not too early this morning then. So Andy, how did you get to know Adi?
Just through the industry. When I started to do the digital solutions development through the early 2000s, Adi being and King Printing being a very early adopter, one of the first early adopters of digital finishing. He was one of the ones I called on quite early and mentored under him to understand, because I knew nothing at the time, and became a good student of Adi and his father Sid. They were great people. They put me under their wing. They taught me a lot of what I know today. Thank you, Adi, for that. And through time, our solutions were evolved, and we looked at their feedback, as we talked earlier, of how we engineer solutions that fit the needs of the digital market. King Printing was a big part of that, and still continue today to be a big part of helping us look at the future. Obviously, we're developing new technologies always, and they're a big part of it, not just helping us develop it, but helping us test it. They've been beta test site for our technology several times, Adi, correct? And we're very excited to have them, and he's been a good partner and a good friend to me in helping me be successful in this industry. So again, thank you, Adi, for that.
Great story. Adi, I can't help think about, because I asked Andy before he did his presentation whether when you look at automation, and I take that you of course appreciate the more automated you can get, both because of the labor shortage but also because you can increase your productivity. But I was thinking from your perspective, being close to a manufacturer like Müller Martini, do you think that you have influence in driving the technology, or you more utilize it when you become a beta tester?
I would feel remiss if I didn't say that we believe to be a catalyst for the industry with the
Wow.
change into digital.
Yeah.
Early adopter of many of the technologies, pushing it to its limits and sometimes beyond, and
Yes, sir.
kept us fresh.
Andy has his button on support. I can see that.
It's good. It's good.
And it's a partnership. I think it's sometimes an overused word, but it's true in this situation that King Printing and Müller Martini have a very deep, long history and partnership together, and that's allowed us to take digital and adopt early and catalyze it into the industry.
And are you both cut sheet and web based, or can you tell a little bit about what kind of printing devices and technologies do you use?
We've had the fortune of seeing it all at some level. So, early days we started with the single color duplicators, and then
So that was like this one.
yeah, one of those, yeah, exactly. Before my time in the business, but then we went to sheet fed offset, then web offset, and then eventually digital sheet fed, then digital web. So we've had the fortune to kind of see it all, touch it all, and find what fits us best. So today we live in the digital web space for the most part.
And the way you do your binding, is that online solutions or nearline solutions?
That's a deep philosophical debate that I think Andy and I will go round and round and round about forever.
So what is it today? Is it both or
Combination of everything, right, Adi?
That's right. It's what fits you best, what fits you and your market and your product best. So some people do well with nearline, some people do well with full inline, and it just really depends on what you're making at the end of the day.
So is it application based more than anything else? I mean, I take that being a digital. I've been visiting quite a few North American digital book printers, and when I look at the production, very different. Some are into very special books that are they have a certain level of automation before they are bound, but then they have a lot of like line mark, as you spoke about. But they have like a hand spray, so you can get your books delivered with a certain scent. So I take that like make it fully automated, then your entire printing company will smell of vanilla and cinnamon. So that is maybe not the best combo. But I was just thinking that if you have a lot of runs of the same title, of course it makes a lot of sense to do it online. But is it really down to the quantity of each run, even it's in digital, or where do you see the difference in when to use either solution?
I have my opinion, and I think Andy might be the better
Okay.
judge on how to apply that. But just my 2 cents on it, it really depends on what you're making and how you're going to make it every day. So I call it the can of Coke mentality.
Mhm.
If you're making cans of Coke,
Yeah.
you can automate it down to the final mile.
Yeah, fantastic. So what is
I think
your
I
you Andy? What do you think?
No, I think you nailed it on the head, Adi. The best practice, as I call it, not my practice or anyone's particular practice, is it depends on the processes. I think if anything, there's more of a trend towards inline more because labor challenges. People are thinking of putting more things in line that maybe in the past they didn't. But the example I just did, you can't put casing in line. Obviously, that's an offline process. And in the case of combining Inchi tipping, Vario, and Finitrim into a digital cell, that's a new inline process that gets a lot of productivity gains. And you can even, some people are putting that in line with the press, but based upon specific applications, mostly straight, perfect binding, a little bit longer runs, not the shorter book of one. So it's really, you have to look at every, as I did the whiteboard analysis, I talked about that. You have to do a whiteboard with every customer and say, Mr. Customer, what's your challenges? And then look at the portfolio we have and say, what makes sense, nearline, inline, some near, some in, touchless workflow through barcode-driven setups, et cetera, et cetera. So it's everything. And you have to analyze every customer separately. There's no way to do it otherwise. So.
Addy, I was also thinking because as you said, you were like sometimes pushing the equipment beyond its standards. I was just wondering, is that how you also identify your bottlenecks and your needs in the future demands for binding equipment?
100% more than we strive to be the most mission capable digital book manufacturer in the nation. That's our mission.
That's a good one.
If we don't push the limits, we're just going to be like everybody else.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, but I mean, the reason I was asking, I was just a bit curious whether it's because if you, let's say that you, last week I was in a printing company in Chicago, and not in the book space, so not competitive. But he was basically saying to me that they have a Canon Pro Stream, and he basically said with the Canon Pro Stream there is some papers that are certified for it, but because of the paper supply shortage as well, sometimes they simply have to put paper through the machine that is not really made for. And sometimes it's like, okay, then we have to slow the machine a little bit down. But he said we can't because we have too much work. So we just, and then sometimes it's, there's like, sometimes when you pushes the limits in what technology is meant for, you learn what is important. It can be from substrates, it can be from specifications, it could be from the inks sticking to the paper. I mean, it could be basically anything. So I was just a bit curious about what kind of things where do you push the envelope, so to speak?
Through the whole supply chain and value chain. So, and the front end on press, where we finish with Mueller, where we then take books into our bindery, where we finish with Mueller and Colbus technology. And when you see those bottlenecks, you're absolutely right. You say, okay, what's been limiting me? What's my next solution? Right, and then that's where the partnership is valuable, because then you can give the feedback and say, look, here's my bottleneck. What are you going to work on with us to find a solution? So that's the only way to learn. You're right.
Yeah. So all the new machines that Mueller is bringing, there is a King print finger stamp on all the machines.
Yes.
Yes.
A little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit. I think
without question, more than a little bit, he's being humble. I think what Adi and Sid have done and continue to do, as recent as just months ago and weeks ago and days ago, is to allow us to sense check some of the concepts that we have, some of the technologies that we're coming forth with, and ultimately, potentially even going forward, again, be a site where we can test it out. First site in North America, for example. Sometimes not always the first site, because they like to have places close to the factory for the very first one, an hour away at a client, right, near Germany or Switzerland, But certainly the first post local installation is often King Printing to be a top candidate for it.
See, Andy, I think you should buy more machines from Andy, because then it will eventually make sure that Müller Martini moves the factory to your place just outside Boston. So you will be the first one, right? I'm sure that will never happen, right? Because the Swiss are very proud of Switzerland, of course, and it's a really nice place. So
Yes.
that will probably not happen. So, Andy,
Probably
anything
not.
else we should talk to Andy about? I mean, you know him, so any secrets we can get out of him, you think?
I know Adi, the answer is definitely not. He's a secret keeper extraordinaire. Very proud of that. No, I just thought it would be, friends chatting here a bit, Morten. I thought Adi and I, what's Müller Martini meant to you, Adi? I mean, I think it's important here to, I just spent the last 30, 40 minutes talking about our Finishing 4.0 ideology, talking about our portfolio that we've very proudly developed over the last 20 years for digital finishing portfolio. Maybe a few words of how that portfolio is meant to you, how working with Müller has been to you. And, it's a very important message for the group here, for Müller Martini, to hear from you how our partnership has blossomed and what it's meant to you. That's my most important question.
Good one.
Do we have enough time on this session?
We have.
You
I mean,
have.
basically,
We can
we
go
have
long,
as much
it's
as
easy.
you. Yeah. We can. I mean, you can take a few hours if you like. I'm not sure that we can keep people's attention, but we can try at least, right?
I'll make it to the point. It's a true partnership that blossomed very early on. So as we drove digital with Müller Martini, and as that became the predominant product line for Müller Martini, we've had great success in that ability to work hand in hand with the development to see the success that we can gain from the technology. But also, it's that after sales support that goes the extra mile. So as technology develops and as other partners bring attention to Müller Martini, they bring that back to us and to other people that have invested in the equipment. So it is continued to be scalable, continue to make your investment worthwhile. You're not just one and done. And that's been very valuable to us as we continue to look to the future.
That must be very nice for you, Andy, to have that kind of testimonial from a customer. Because I mean, I think that if it's a good partnership, and both of you said that it was like a true partnership, then it's a two-way street, right? Basically means that when you need something from each other, you know that you can trust and build upon that relationship, right? That's a nice story.
Yeah, and I really, the kind words about the after sales support, Adi, that's a great point. We're very proud of the dozens of service engineers that we have dedicated to North American customers in every discipline, and a lot of cross-training for multiple discipline individuals to allow for coverage across everything from a 40-year-old norm binder to a brand new Vario Infinitrim Sigma line technology. So to us, very proud of that, and the fact that it's one of the key components of our partnership, Adi, that's great to hear.
Fantastic, gentlemen. I think we should say thank you to you, Adi. Appreciate your time here on our Learn With Us finishing line. Totally cool to meet you. Maybe we see each other at some trade show one day. Who knows? Could be fun.
I hope so. Thank you very much, and the great work with Inkish. We love it.
Oh, you see our channel? Then I love you even more. Thank you, sir. So, thank you. I will just, you can just leave now.
Well, Adi, good friend. Thank you for joining. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. This is how I usually end things.
That's it. Fade to black.
Fade to black. Okay, and now it's just you and me again.
Sure.
Andy, great technology, great service, great visions for the future. Really great talking to you as well. I think you're a very
Thank you.
good representative for Müller Martini. So good choice. I was
Thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking that okay, sea level in a webinar. That's not so often that happens. That's great, but it was you know your things, and it's been really good talking to you. Anything that we miss? I mean, you have reached out to with some contact details in the presentation if they want to get in touch with you. And Müller Martini is of course well known, but you will be at will you be at Printing United?
Yes, we have a booth at Printing United. We'll be showing a digital saddle stitcher. Very proud about that. In our booth, as well as a large video wall that can show the rest of our portfolio in detail. Bruno Müller will be attending the show, so excited about that. So we'll be there for the entirety of the show and look forward to many people coming to the Müller Martini booth. I apologize, don't know the booth number, but I'm sure you'll find us. We're in the middle of the middle of all the big names in the digital book manufacturing and offset industries.
Yeah, you are a big name anyway, so probably people will know
Thank
and
you.
find you anyway, right? So
Very kind of me to say that. Thank you.
No, I mean that. And basically, I hope I will have time to stop by at your booth at Printing United. We have a very deep program, so it depends a little bit on the timing. But I can tell that for the audience and also for you that we are planning 4 topics as part of our coverage of Printing United. We have workflow automation as a starting point in the morning. Then we have printing both in digital and analog in the midday, and then we have finishing in the afternoon, and then we have embellishment the 2 first days where we're looking at some of the wonderful print samples that you can see and make with all the fantastic glitter and gold and all those kind of things. So. But Andy, once again, I also look forward to meet you in person. I don't think we have met in person, and I look very much forward to
lots
that.
of this.
Yeah.
And please, if you have a finishing section, you'll be remiss not coming to the Müller Martini booth. So I personally welcome you to be there.
Let me talk to Adrian about that. Then it will become his decision, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for the audience. That was the last session of today. Tomorrow we have label finishing. We have a quite interesting program. We have Graphotronic in the morning. We have ABG, and we have also GM talking about label finishing tomorrow. So that's entirely different from today, but still it will probably and hopefully be very fun. So again, one more time, thank you Andy and Müller Martini for always being so supportive to what we do at Inkish. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a nice day. Bye.